The kettle always takes longer when you watch it. Welcome in. Back to the mad order. So another day of Satisfactory. So I decided in the end we'd carry on with this map for the start rather than the organic one just for a bit. I've actually got the trains running, a couple of trains running, which is going okay. Just to get the coal in ready for the rocket fuel when we convert. So the next problem or thing to do is the sulphur. So we've got to get 4,800 sulphur in, which is a hell of a lot of sulphur. So it's basically 4 pure nodes. Let me just hopefully you can hear that. I'm not sure whether you can hear it or not. Let me know if there's any problems there, if it's too loud, too quiet, whatever. So yeah, so we've got to ship in basically, or train in 4,800 sulphur, and I'm kind of a little bit concerned about that because it is a lot of sulphur, but I'm sure we can do it. I haven't finished off all this bit yet, but we have got coal at least on the go. We've got to do some adjustments here as well. I've had to redo this station so far twice because it was weirdly off alignment. But anyway, it's resolved now. We hope. So what we're going to have to do is create a junction. Bear in mind the ultimate plan, and this is where we have to bear this in mind, because this area here is going to be filled up with a factory for the small parts. So I'm thinking, rather than cutting the junction off here, which possibly would be okay, we could possibly bring in a branch line through here somewhere. We're going to end up with another station here anyway, at some point to collect. It may be facing the opposite direction though, depending on how I do this, because I'm just looking at this and thinking, where am I going to take this line? I really don't want to do really tight little windy sort of railways. I want them to be as natural as possible, as realistic as possible, but see, ultimately that would be a good place, just generally through here, to bring a line, and then across to here. Basically, that seems the most natural, and it looks like I can get a double rail through there quite easily. And that would mean then here making a junction somewhere down here. But we need to get a height we need to get a level, so let's do this for a second just so we can get a, that's the height level. We want to probably be at something like that angle. Nearly. Okay, we'll come out a little bit. Maybe more like, it's going to be close actually. One, two, is that too much? Because really, I think we'll go for the one, we'll see how we go, see if we can get away with it. It's going to be close. If we manage to shift it across to there, we might get away with it. So what we're going to need to do is bring just this out for a second. I'm hoping we can do this without too much hassle. Thank you. That's going to be too tight, and that is still too high because it's going to come down to there. That's not going to work there. So we're going to need to bring it in for sure to somewhere. Like that one. And it's not going to go, is it? Hey, okay. It's going to be a bit tight, I think, this actually. I don't know whether it's whether that'll work or not. Might be alright. So we're just going to have to lay some concrete down just to get our track in the right place first, and then we can delete the concrete. See how we can go with this. Kind of looks about right there. See if we can get the elder one to do it. Now, why is that climbing up? Have I still got that on the wrong height? I have as well. I'm an idiot. Mind you, we are going to need... Ooh, that's going to be interesting actually. Let me just do a quick test here. Of this height across here. We can get rid of this thing in a minute, that's not a problem. can open up the hard drive and then delete this. I'm so pleased they made these deletable a little while ago. That was such a cool thing to do. Okay. Am I going to get lucky and be able to clear the ground? Or not? No. So it is going to need to come up that one by the look of it. Yep, yeah, it's going to need to come up that one. Okay. So we might as well have the incline there. So start again. I think we went to that spot first, didn't we, roughly? And then that coincided nicely there. This is going to probably interrupt with the trains a little bit at the moment because there is no signal here. So we're going to need to transport. What we're going to need is a path signal, I think, around here. But we're going to have to, this we'll have to do in a minute because it's going to screw the transport up at the moment. It's just got to try and get this in the right location. No, it's going out a fraction wide. Where did this one end? It did end there. Okay, midway there. Okay, so that's not going to play ball. Don't know whether this is right. I wonder. We can only try. Default. What we want to do is actually do this because I thought that wasn't going to be right. You can tell when it just doesn't sit quite right. Very, very frustrating sometimes, these curves. I wish there was a easier way. I mean, there is ways you can easily set it up. I got curves done on the rest of it. They're pretty okay in the end. I don't like this. You see the way it's rising up through this rail. Train will clip through it, but I don't like it. So what we've got to do is actually bring this down And all of this, we're going to take it down to there. And we're actually going to do the same on here. I'm going to have the slope going up from here basically on the straight, I think, looking at that, the way that's operated. I think it's just going to be better. Oh, crying out loud. Don't understand how those little bits of rock stop a build going on when you can clip through the hard rock. Doesn't make sense. Look, I'm clipping through the hard rock, but a little rock that's removable basically suddenly becomes a problem. Mad. Right. So that's going to go there. What we're going to do, we are going to put on some track here. No, I've got to get this in the right position, so I always forget where I put it. It's about there. Then this, it's so annoying that they're not long enough to do proper sweeping curves. So one thing that really annoys me is you should be able to come out at least this distance as a minimum. It's like, it's just way too short. Frustrating. Right. It is what it is, and we've got to work with it, so. Is that fairly natural? Yeah, it's not too bad. That is not too bad. I wish there was a way of getting the distance, you know, off the other track easily. I mean, you can, there is, I suppose I could do this. It's how I did it once before, years back, when trains came out, but it's sometimes, so it's two like that, you see, and they just clip into the edge. So you can do, where's the break? Up there. So if I did one like there, and then one there, it gives me a rough guide to the galaxy. And you look at about there. And hopefully that's not too far out. It is out. Oh. Ooh, yeah, yeah. Where are we going back to? It is that point. And it's here. This way first. Down there. How's that one looking? It does narrow in there. Yep. So let's bring that out a little bit further, see if we can get it onto the edge there. That one's looking better. It's not perfect, but it is looking better. Okay, so what we need here to make this work properly with signals is we need a path signal. Need a path signal here somewhere. Not on that side, on that side. This is where it's going to get very confusing for a minute. So we've got a path signal there. We need a path signal here, and technically we need one here. Like that. Then we need a block signal there. A block signal there. And we've got one there. So basically the way path signals work, from what I understand, and it's limited, is that you put them on the entry to an area that you want to see if it's clear, basically for the train to go. See, this one needs, but that's because it's not connected this way. So sorry, let me redo that. So path signal, you put them on the entry to an area that you want to see if it's clear. On the exit of that area, you put a block signal. And you have to have a path signal then on every entrance into that area, into that zone, and a block signal on every exit of that area. And I believe that's how it works. And basically it then reads ahead and says, is that path clear? So for instance, if I've got a train coming around this way, coming into this area, because it's a block, I don't want it to stop a train coming down this side and coming into this station, because there's no need. So that's the reason for it. But on the other hand, if I've got a train coming along here turning this way, and I've got a train coming along here, I don't want it to cross the path, even though it's on different lines, because it will crash. So hence it has to read whether the path is clear. So I believe that is how it sort of works. In my limited understanding of train signals. The thing that blew me off this morning was or yesterday, was the electric circuits. That really did do my head in, because I've never set up a factory in that fashion, so I didn't know. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Sorry, I can't do two things at once. I'm a bloke. But yeah, electric circuits. I did not realise at all on Satisfactory that you couldn't have a circuit, basically. It seemed very odd to me that was the case. After they've put in all these power units, and basically they're pretty much pointless, other than using them as a switch on and off, because having them all in priority groups even is almost like becomes a waste of time. Well, it's not completely, but it's kind of, if you can't make a proper circuit with your wiring, what's the point? So I don't quite understand there. Maybe it is just a glitch and they'll sort it out. I don't know. But it was a little bit frustrating that yesterday, still is. Right. Anyhow, we are in search of sulfur, and the reason being that I am taking this way is because ultimately on the map, from memory, there is sulfur in here. Not enough, but there is sulfur here. There is also sulfur, I believe, over here. What I've got to find out is whether between these 3 units there's enough or not. I doubt there will be, because it's 4 pure ones that we need, and I think there's only 1 there and only 2 here, and I don't think they're all pure. So we are going to have to create the beginning of the logistics basically across this map. So I'm going to try and bring the railway line basically through the rocky desert into the northern forest region to start with, and then the line will also split here and go off probably down the valley towards the desert. But I don't actually really know where sulfur is on the map, because I've never used it that much, to be honest. I mean, I've used it a little bit, and the little bit that was there sufficed for the little bit of batteries that I was making the one time that I did that. But in basic terms, I've not really used sulfur that much, so probably I need to start pinging and having a little look. And as you can see, there's nothing close. Whoa, we have some. So that's the one I was talking about over there. That's fine. That's an impure. That's even worse. That's a normal. Grief, we're well below what we need. So yeah, we're going to need, what's that one there? A normal. That's up high as well. That's really awkward to get to. That we're going to have to shove down through a lift system if we use it. So I've yet to see what's over here sulfur wise. If there's anything out this way that we can utilise. I need 4,800 of it per minute. Ultimate nightmare. But if we can get some going to start with, that will help. So that's the key. Well, so how many is that? Why isn't it giving me the amount? Come on. 3, 4, 5, 6, 9, 10. That is 10. Okay. Well, it was quite funny when I was making this little blueprint yesterday for the oil, because this is the coal for the oil. I didn't realise that these pillars ended up looking like oil drums, which was quite funny, really. I noticed that this morning when I logged in, and I was like, oh, they actually look like oil drums. That's really weird. There we go, and we've come up that little incline that we needed to as well to get up, so that's good. 9 more of these. See how we go with this today. So I was thinking, some of you may have been expecting me to be doing the organic flower map at the moment, which I was sort of planning to do today, but I ended up thinking actually I'll crack on with this and see if I can try and get close to getting some sulphur going for the rocket fuel. And because I've realised wife's working tomorrow, so I will be able to probably do a bit of streaming tomorrow, so I might go back to the organics tomorrow morning. On the other map, which sweet. Now we do have the opportunity to hypertube down here and power, so I know we can bring power in on the lines of course, but I'm going to drop a line all the way through all of this system and hypertube systems. All being well, if we got full clearance. I'm not 100% sure how that's going to go here with the land, so we're just going to have to watch that. I don't think it's going to work here, which is a problem, but I don't know whether we can cut through the map with it. Not that I want to, but because I think we're going to be too low. Because I think we're even... Hello, what's going on here? I did click that. Didn't like doing it though. That was weird. Are we going to have to incline more yet? I think we are. Okay, pushing. So let's get that, stick that on here for the minute. Didn't realise we had to come up 2, I thought we only had to come up 1 height. But we don't, by the look of that. To get the clearance we're going to need to do the 2. Maybe I should actually change the blueprint a little bit and actually have the hypertube thing out on the side. That might work. But then you've got junctions to cater with. I'll have to do it afterwards. Ay, so many decisions. What we need is... yep. Come on. No. I'll stick there, stay. Thank you. We need to come up 1. And we can stick that one back on at the right height. Well, it's Friday. Friday, yeah, it is Friday here. It is Friday today in New Zealand. I'm losing touch with days and weeks at the moment because of not being down the studio every day. Hoping to get back into some sort of pattern down there soon, but actually I might just wait a second on that one and do the straights first, otherwise it's going to kink. Like that. That's better. But I'm still hoping, even if I get down there regularly, I'm still hoping to do at least 2 streams a week is the goal. So A little bit of quiver in the track there. Not 100% sure why. They put the straights in first. Very odd. Track does naturally go like that. If you look down a railway line, it's all over the show actually, a railway line. It's quite amazing. We've got one we have to cross over here just by walking over it and to get to the township. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And when you look down the line, yeah, it's incredible the amount it moves around. Which is why when you're sitting in a coach on a train, it's like shunting you to the side all the time, like in an earthquake. But I think we've got a little bit of a weird. I'm really hoping we can clear this at that height. The thing I'm trying to do is I'm trying to make this map as realistic to real life as is possible, with the limitations of Satisfactory, obviously. And the one thing you don't get on trains in real life is huge big slopes and tight corners and stuff, and it's very hard not to do that on this map because of the nature of the map and not being able to tunnel and all that sort of stuff. But we're doing what we can. So, and that hypertube system is not going to work underneath, because look at that. Unless we raise it up one more go, but I really don't want to come up too much higher. I guess we could. The only other way to do this, of course, to get it smoother, save this wave effect happening, is to do it on make a like a small increment one. I still think these are going to be too steep, the 1 meter ones, because you look at that, it's like way too steep for what I want. I'm going to have a think about that, and I might rework it slightly. I'm intrigued by that track waving around though, because we're in the wrong position here as well. That one is incorrect. Long time since I've done any railway stuff on Satisfactory, actually. Years, to be honest. That's got clearance. A little bit wavy. We might be able to sort this one out and raise it up a fraction and try and ease out that whole thing. We might do something in here to try and get this more level on a gentle slope all the way. We can't use those 1 meter increments, so that's way too steep. Need about a quarter of that. But I may be able to do it using these heights, because they're an unusual height. They're not true height to the rest of Satisfactory, weirdly enough. I don't understand why. But if you group these together, they will never make like a 1 meter thing or anything, because they're about like 400 or something silly instead of, yeah, instead of 250 or something. It's quite bizarre. I don't know why they did that. I do not know. It's going to get very tight in here. Very tight. Hopefully we can make it. Otherwise I'm going to have to yank the whole thing over a little bit and sort it out, but I don't want to do that. I mean, I'm more than happy to rebuild stuff completely multiple times over. It doesn't really bother me, as I've done that many a time on my organic builds. But I do want to just get stuff going, as it were, for particularly for the stream and stuff, so that people get see some progress, and then offline I can tweak around with it. So that's heights, okay, that's flat. It's just that section in there where we're coming up this elevator. But I'll sort that out, I think, off stream. I'm going to have to fiddle with that and come up with something that's going to work. It is a lot easier if you just follow the contours of the land, by the way. But that is not me. Now, where are we going? We've got to aim this somewhere. And I still don't know whether I'm going to be able to get out of here, actually. The aim is to game somewhere over here, because we've got to get down to this valley, ultimately. So I'm thinking through here. But I don't know whether that height is going to be enough to get through. Why have you come on? I didn't ask for you. Very good. Let's try that direction. Just got to check out some heights here and see whether we're going to be okay. And we should be able to swing it around. Hey, just below. That's a pain. But that's where we want to go, is there basically. So we might need to just swing it around this way. So in fact, why don't we just bring that straight as is. I was hoping to shortcut a little bit there, but we can't. Just going to make sure we got clearance on that rock as well for the train when it comes through. It's going to be interesting, might be a bit tight. We'll have to wait and see how that goes. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It's definitely not the coolest pillar system I've used for Satisfactory. But that said, it's probably one of the most realistic from some of the railway stuff we've got here in New Zealand anyway. And this one's going to be the tricky one. Has that got enough clearance? Let's have a little look. There's a trainee. Train, come here. Ooh, just. We have cleared it. Awesome. 10. And I might tweak the design yet, as I often do. Get distracted.
Creates bodies in their waves, but does not notice the shore. Is our melody not beautiful?
Detecting abnormal brainwave activity again. Activating artificial brainwave resonator.
Thanks.
The shallow song has no rhythm. The river erodes our temples without prayers and washes away our scripture without deepening. Consume.
I believe this is one of those moments where the scientist would yell, "Eureka!" But that seems entirely too dramatic. It seems they are somehow organically emulating human speech. Fascinating. Continue exposing yourself to alien artifacts.
Oh dear. There should be a rating on that. Now I am in New Zealand as well. Hello, Gumpy. Nice to see you, mate. I like the layout. Honestly, never thought about using foundation to measure out the length. Do you find centimeter is the best gap? Yeah, to be honest, I just get into a rhythm pattern really from the start. I don't have a set sort of thing. I've done some railway systems in the past where it's been like probably missed out this middle one, and the two in the middle, two on either side would be about the distance. So it just depends on the system. This one here, I'm not liking this roller coaster here at all, so I've got to work that one out. But these are small lines. This is not like a main line system at the moment for me. This is a little subsidiary line for my, at the current moment, what I'm doing, just to give you an overall thing of what I'm doing. I'm going to be building a mega factory here, basically. And I'm going to be building another little factory. I say little one, it'll still be quite big, but here, which is going to be collecting and making all the small goods, basically like screws, rods, plates, etc. So that's going to be here. Then it's all going to get shipped around the corner to the mega factory to make all the main componentry, i.e. assembler stuff upwards. Over here is going to be a foundry complex, basically, which is going to be all the resources from around the map are going to be pulled to here to be resourced into ingots, etc., and sorted to come down to the mini factory here. I say mini, inverted brackets, commas, basically to provide that, and then it's going to be shipped off. So it's going to be a sort of like a realistic sort of system of logistics. Down here is my current power system, which is at the moment about 96 oil refineries, which I am going to convert to turbo fuel, and basically to do that, that will produce a potential of 720 generators, which will produce about 450 megawatts to power the mega factory. So that was the first setup, which is as you see it here. So there's a lot of work yet to be done, but with the 8 pipes I have here of diluted fuel, which is at the moment feeding that 96, that will potentially turn into 7,200 rocket fuel per minute, which gives me more than enough. So we're going to start off at the moment with about 250,000 megawatts, and then we're going to go from there basically and leave it as so it's expandable. And that's just from these nodes of oil here. So the railway is just being built, and at the moment is a small sideline which is bringing in coal and sulphur. So that's the goal. And I'm on the hunt at the moment for the sulphur because I need 4,800 sulphur, which is a hell of a lot. I want to start my railway, but I can't come up with a nice design. I'm doing all on the west coast like you are now. Are nice. Oh well, looks awesome. Cool bananas. Whereabouts in NZ are you, mate? Where are you based at the moment, roughly? You North Island, South Island? Also looking to get turbo fuel. I'm in Auckland. Oh, okay. Yep. I was born up in Auckland. I'm down in Ashburton at the moment in the South Island, just south of Christchurch, an hour out. Got aging parents down here basically that I'm keeping an eye on. But yeah, originally from Marangi Bay was my original birth area. 10. Miss old Auckland. Some parts of it anyway. So yeah, so we're just working through. These look a little bit chunky on a 2-track system. In the past when I had 4 tracks, it looked okay because as you can imagine when it bulks out a little bit and there was a bit more detail on them and that it looked a little bit better. I think on the 2 tracks it's a fraction bulky, but that's why I say I might fiddle around with the design yet and replace them after once I've got going, sort of thing, with the whole thing once it's up and running. Just got to sort of just doing one thing at a time really, and I'm always happy to go back and redo something. It doesn't bother me at all. Got to run for a meeting. We'll see. Yeah, for now, no worries, mate. Thanks for dropping in. I'll be streaming again probably tomorrow morning. So feel free to drop by, and I'll probably be on my other map then doing my crazy organic builds. So do feel free to drop in and say hi again if you want. But have a good day, mate. It is Friday. Yep, we'll get there slowly, slowly. Something I wish would happen actually on the system, and I don't know whether it would be even possible, but if you change the blueprint in the blueprint maker, what I would love for it to do is actually change the blueprint across the map. That would be super cool. Or at least have the option to, where it gives you an option. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. But yeah, that would be a super cool feature, because it would save you going back and replacing all your blueprints. It would automatically do it for you across the map. That would be cool, because then you could tweak designs and have a look at see how it's working and looking and stuff, and then you wouldn't have to redo everything in terms of undoing and redoing. Don't know how easy that would be to program actually. No idea, because I'm not a programmer. And if I asked them, they'd probably say that's why it's not being done. Ooh. The other thing I was thinking of doing with these as well is carrying this sort of feature on, basically, which would be easy enough to do apart from on curves. But on the straights, could quite easily carry that on just to add to it, which would be, it looks okay. That's something else I was thinking of doing the other day. It came to me when I was dropping them down. I was thinking, oh, yeah, you could probably do something like that. There's ways of doing this so it still looks reasonably solid. Like that. I think that would look alright. So I could fill in all the straight areas like that and just leave the bends a bit more open. Do the same in the middle. Just adds a bit more weight to it so it doesn't look quite so flimsy. Between the supports. You could add signs on the sides as well. You could do all sorts of things really. You could probably even still add in beams under here just to add a little bit of where that join is. Where are we? There. Stuff like that. So once the line's in and properly done and it's fully operational, I'll play around with that, and I might just go along and do all that all the way along, along with sorting out any hypertube stuff and power lines. This up and down yo-yo here I really want to sort, but that's going to be a bit more tricky because it's not a straightforward angle. But we'll see how we go. See how we go. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And we really want to go off in this direction now. I wonder where the actual... So we can't do it to the map grid, I don't think, because I think that's going to clash with the hills. Yeah. So for the moment we're still going to have to, I think, go off on its own little pitch, which is around here somewhere. So what we need to do is get the height of this over there. Like that. Then we've got a height reference. So can we, is it not going to match? It's not matching. Lovely. Okay, let's just do a manual twist here. Like that. That's the height. Now ideally I want the curve to come around to about here somewhere. So let's put that curve in. Okay, I'm not going to be too far off here actually. Look at that. I think somewhere around there is going to be that. Looks about right, so somewhere around there. No, too far out. It spins in and out. So what we need to do just to get that straight is there. That to there. Then try that around. There we are. That's better. It's interesting with these sort of sulfur, almost like gas nodes. It's a shame we can't actually harvest these and get sulfur gas or something from them. I don't know. I'm not a chemist, but it would be interesting. Rightio. We can get rid of all that. What I would like to be able to do as well, if they could, with the game mechanics, is actually be able to bend beams and stuff around bends and follow the contour of a bend would be really cool. I might put another pillar of support in the middle here at some point, but we'll keep moving for the moment. might get a little bit gassy here, I guess. It's quite atmospheric though to drive through or ride through on a train, so we'll leave it. Don't tell anybody. They're going to go through a gas area. I don't think you get affected actually when you're in vehicles, funny enough. As I say, I might tweak the design yet on this blueprint for the supports. It was just a quick knock-up that I did the other day, and I'm in and ahhing over it. It's pretty realistic to some of the supports I see under the bridges here in New Zealand for the trains, but it's kind of, yeah, I just don't know whether it's kind of almost too heavy on the base a little bit, and whether we could do something on this section here to lighten it up a little bit, and it'd be easy to do. I've got an idea brewing already, so it's kind of, I might go through and replace them all anyway in a bit, once I've played around with the design. Okay, well this is where it gets a bit more interesting, because we will need a station near here, and maybe in against this water, because the sulphur, unless we wipe out the trees here and take the station around down here, which actually isn't a bad idea. So we could do a bit of bombing down here. Didn't kill the gas things off. We can do it, but just obviously it's going to take a bit more, and we will need those gone if the station's coming in here. Here goes one. Might leave those ones for the moment, see where we go. I think we're going to still need to get rid of these trees. Hello, Mentor. Get rid of him. Now this sofa, oh my word, is only an impure. That's even worse. Now I think there's another one. Oh, hello. Another Mercer.
Instruments echo in the deep. Do they not love the shallow threads?
Can you hear me?
Crescendo, the effigy found on the key. Sing more.
I was not created for artistic purposes. I am incapable
Well, I
of singing.
was, but not for singing.
Noted.
I can assure you, not singing. Now there is another sulphur here somewhere. What's this one? Another impure. Oh my word, seriously. 2 impures. That is not good. Where's all the decent sulphur then on this map, I wonder? Because that's only going to produce 300 max. Yeah, so that's 600 out of 4,800. That's horrendous. But I still think we need to pull it at the moment. We're going to have to. Going to have to clear this area, unfortunately, as pretty as it is. Yeah, I'm not sure how this is going to work. So we've got 2 impures, that's only 600 max out of the 4,800 we need, but we can have a station down here to collect this with just a little dinky train on that circuit to pull that off. But it is nowhere near. I was hoping at least one of these or both of them are going to be normals, but they're not, they're impures. I almost spit that word. Yeah. Hey. Right, okay, well, again, we don't have a lot of say in that. It is what it is. So we're just going to have to do not a dissimilar thing to what we had to do with our coal a little while back. The only thing we've got to watch is the manta comes through, so we're going to have to avoid him in terms of height. If it becomes a problem, we may even have to take the sulphur around the long way and bring it down the ramp through the cave and all that sort of system, basically down to here. But I think, look, we'll get an idea now. Manta's coming, so Where's your height? So you're dipping down, dipping down, dipping right down, and pitching them back up. So we either have to come in over the top of that cave basically, or we have to come right down basically to sea level. So what do we do if we take the sulphur the other way, off the back? The cave is there, we could drop it down through the cave. Maybe that would be a better system, and it's out of sight effectively. Okay. Leave that for the moment. I'm wondering whether we just need to bring this up a fraction. Maybe the 2 meter one. Yep, because we can bomb that, get that out the way. Question is, will the 2 meter still give us the on here? Will it still let us dump the mine down? Yes, it does. Cool. Real shame that it's only women. Impure. Yeah, those are those two impure ones. Have we got anything else around? A normal. Grief. Sulphur is a problem. How on earth are we going to get 4,800 of it? I have no idea. Eventually we'll make all these things, although they're ridiculously sort of not natural in terms of realistic, because you don't pull sulphur off the top of a cliff like this in real life. But I will try to dress these buildings accordingly so that we actually do get some sort of resemblance of realistic buildings down the line. But at the moment I just want to get things functional and working. I don't like blowing up trees, and I don't normally do it, but for this map it's happening because I need to clear land to get things places. So we're going to bring it down there, drop it through that cave and bring it out that way, and I think that will be a better route. How did you stay standing with all that bombing, my dear sir? I would say that sulfur is probably the hardest product to try and find on the map, actually, in terms of having enough of it for doing something fairly insane. Why do these creatures always go where you want to build? So I'm going to bring the belt across, probably inside this, pretty hidden basically, and we'll end up making a bit of a plateau sort of thing in a building sort of scape here. How much coal is in this little node? Where the heck? Rightio. Let's put this down. I don't want to go past that really too much because otherwise it's going to start to look actually isn't too bad. And then we can drop it down. Yep, that's actually going to be alright. That's okay. What I'm thinking is we'll bring it down inside the wall here, where we get a little bit of, now a bit of overhang like we did with the coal area. I've still got to finish that place off, but again it's just getting stuff workable at the moment so that we can get the main project underway. Right. So we need to basically bring it out this side here. Once it disappears inside here, I don't care what it looks like. It can just literally vanish in belts. But what we will do is logistics. We will, because it's going to be coming through here somewhere basically, and then it will be underneath. So it's going to be hidden. So we're basically going to try and maybe here, and we've got just the one node Possibly the 2, in fact, if we bring in the other one. So I'll make provision for the 2, because there was another one that's just pinged where that was again. I think there was another one out here somewhere. And it could be that we could belt that into the same area here. Maybe not. Let's write one over there, which we don't want. I thought there was another one over here. Oh well, I'll leave 2 holes just in case. One down in here. Now where's it in line with the most? It's just on that edge of that line. Okay. So if we come up here. No, that wasn't what I was meant to do. We'll have to get power here as well. Oh. So we need to go from here with a lift all the way down to there. Yep. Like that. That can now be covered in for the moment. As I say, we'll try and decorate all this properly one day. Whoa, where are you going? It's because I've used that silly carried on with straight, haven't I, on the straight. Work that one out. You have it on straight and it goes around a bend, a 90-degree bend. And it doesn't go straight at all. Right. Let's is that the right one? It is. It's weird how positioning can look very odd sometimes. Never mind. It's all in my head. So we've got to bring it down. And we need to actually bring it down to this level. That's where it's actually going to go. So it's hidden through to here. So if we take that across to there, and we could do that straight. Or maybe we should do it curvy. Like that. Then that one around to there. That'll work perfect. We need a nice little overhang on the building. Might eventually put a curve on it, even do rounded curve like I've done with the coal, where the coal area is. That's what we'll do though. This will come out a little bit further yet as a plateau sort of thing, and then have its own shelf. I'll try and get rid of a couple of these trees on this edge that are just in the way. Leave the others. And that starts to look, once it's all filled in properly, will start to look like an actual thing. That runs around the wrong way, so can we... Still gone. Why it does that, I don't know. Don't ask me. I only work here. Right, so we've got the sulphur technically coming down. What we might actually do before I close all this off, as I have done, we might just bring power lines in. Let's just dump some power in here, ready for when we connect it. It's not going to be seen, so it doesn't have to look pretty. What we'll do is take that to there. Is it going to be too long? Shame on you. Nice try, no cookie. Okay. So what we're going to do here is just bring that into here. Then we can take that up. That means we have power ability here when we need it to start this little fella off. This will stick all under cover as well. It will be hidden. And did we take that one down? Nope. So this one here has to come down. Hopefully, I didn't leave a blooming. Didn't leave it open. So we're going to bring the lift down here. So we need to just check where that was. Middle, next to the square. Right there. bring that down. Nice. Again, I'm not too worried on how this looks because in terms of the belts and stuff, because once it's outside, it's out of, you don't know. And all I've got to do is get this to come out where I need it. Which will be, yeah, we can come out here probably. I just have no idea. Well, the station's going to come out here, so we might do another like concrete thing here. Make sure it's on grid, this one. The amount of these little nodules around that stop you building. Thank you, thank you. Let's do some clearing. So we might try and design this in a way that it sort of works with the station, if you know what I mean. So we'll just start to put in something so we can see roughly where we're going to be going. And we just want, I've got to miss the manta where it comes through because it pitches up here. So we're still going to have to bring this probably down, but I don't know how far across the manta comes in this thing, so I've just got to be careful of that. When it next comes through, we'll do a test, but I think it's okay here because I think it swoops down to just about here and then comes up. So I think it will miss this. And this basically will become part of the station complex, basically. Just for the moment, we'll just do some basic blocking. We'll worry about detail later on and the look of the thing. Now, where's that train? We have got track over here. Let me start to bring it in so we can see a height, get a height reference off it. This is just a temporary concrete path just to see height, and I'm hoping we can match it up to this okay without too much hassle. And I'm hoping we get a station in here without the manta hitting it. That's the goal. So that's why we're trying to sort of position stuff out. Now that's the height. So we need to, for the station, we need to come down there. Okay, so that's the height, that's the reference. So that can all come back out again. So that's the height reference. So where is our Manta? I want the Manta to come back through now so we can start to see. What I should do actually is put down a station here. Where are we? Transport, train station, see if it clips. Or whether we're going to be okay. Let's stick that in there. Technically it could come back a little bit further, but I just want to see where we're at. Must remember to drink. I know this is only for 2 impure nodes, but we need every bit of sulfur we can get. So, bit of a pain, but we don't have a lot of choice. If we find down the line there's a whole cluster of sulfur somewhere else that is like pure nodes and stuff that provides loads. I mean, we need 4,800, so that's not including battery making. So that is purely for the rocket fuel at this point. So we're going to need more, but it's just I've got to try and pull it from where I can get it at the moment. And I'm going to have to go for a hunt and find sulfur nodes, see if there's any around that are worthwhile pulling through. Come on, Manta, where are you? I want to see your swoop and see if we're going to clear you or not. I think we're only going to need 3 carts here at the most because we've only got 600 per minute being made, so it's hardly anything. But we will, as usual, leave room for expansion should it prove needing. I'll just stick in some of these fellas, which gives us easy expansion up to 5. We won't ever need more than that on this particular thing. Put in a few extra of those. where we're coming in with the other thing, so we can end up probably meeting up around here somewhere and just doing a nice curve out, zigzag around. Still no manta. It seems to take ages when you're waiting for it. It's like watching the kettle boil, isn't it? Where are you, manta? You've completely vanished. How bizarre. Oh, there he is. Did we just miss him? Where you going, buddy? Did they change the route? Ooh. I don't know. Oh well. I'm sure he dips down and then climbs, and I think he will miss, but if not, we'll have to just push it this way a little bit more. Okay, well let's try and see if we can get this track over to where we want it to go. Maybe we can get away with a slightly bigger, nicer curve than that actually. The lighting at the moment, oh, it's gone now. That purpley lighting that was on there reminded me of this. Yeah, this is not too dissimilar to an old Star Wars game that I used to play on the. I can't remember the name of the planet now. Right, so we need to bring it around there somewhere, so let's just do a bit of that's where we're aiming for, so we've got plenty of room. Come out over here somewhere. Alright, so let's do a little bit of straight here, otherwise we get a real kink in it. Let's do that. Is it going to be too long? It's a pain. Here comes the manta while I'm looking. Yep, he's missing. By the look of that. Don't dip down, mate. Don't dip down. Keep going. Yep. Awesome. Okay. We've missed it. That's all I wanted to know. That's all I wanted to know. There we go. Hopefully that looks fairly smooth and natural. Yeah. Not too bad. We could have probably taken the curve out more and lined it more with that rather than having a straight in here. Yeah, we could still do that. I don't know how far out it will come to look more natural, but struggling to find points at the moment. It is. Do not know why. We'll look at that one, see if that one looks a little bit better. That looks a little bit better. It's getting there. A little bit flat there, but we can tweak that down the line if I can be bothered. It is only a sideline for impure nodes, therefore it is not worthy of my time. Right. Well, that was an interesting cock-up, wasn't it? Because in fact we need to bring that out to there. Although this is a sideline, so let's have a little quick look on this. What I should do, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Was that? Did I do the 10? Was that what I was doing? Yes. Okay. Now, in reality, this is going to, the main line is going to swing now to the other direction because we are taking it down that valley. Down the valley. So we're just going to get some height guidance and then we'll build somewhere here. Right, so yeah. So we want to go We want to aim for basically there. That's where we want to aim for. That's it, up there. So that's going to be the angle piece. Like that. And then we can do our blueprint. Pardon me. Like that. And we need to just build out some support stuff for the track while we make it. We're aiming for that, so in fact let's do the straight bit first. Like that. And then we're sort of aiming over there, aren't we? Does that look fairly smooth? No, it does not. It needs to come out further. Maybe out to there. Looks a little bit better, still got a bit odd. I think let's just for a second do this. Wondering whether that just needs to come out a little bit further. To stop the flat spot in that curve. But even that's not too good. That's sharper there than it is here. So maybe we do need to just come in a little bit. Let's try again. No. Flat spot again. I wish they'd give you a curve thing where you could go like that and point it there and it would then come out and map it for you. Would be very handy. An extremely lazy version of Satisfactory. Yeah. That's looking better. That's looking better. That's smoother. Less flat spots. Don't give me invalid aim location. Thank you. Right, that's the main line going that way. So now we can redo this bit and get it sorted correctly. From there. This is a little single track line. It's not going to be anything special because it is just a exactly that. The only thing we will need to do is to do a little crossover here. We do not need a crossover that way. So all we need here, we will need a path signal. Path signal there, one there, and one here. And then we'll need block signals on the opposites. Block, block. I think that's correct. I think that's correct. The only way we'll know that's fine because that will sort itself out when the next signal's in down the line or a station. So what we need to do here is get a train up and running and see if it actually works. And then we can sort out the rest of the bits on it. So let's name this station. And then we'll bring the sulphur down from inside the cave and we'll loop it in and get it into these. But at the moment I just want to test a train first. So we're going to call this sulphur. Sulphur, we're going to call it sulphur 1 and then oil, because we know it's going to the oil plant then. Like that. These are load, yes, correct. Now we need to fly back to the other station. Sort that one out, make a train and get to see if it runs. This is all yet to be sorted and finished and made prettier than is, but it is functional. At the moment all of this is functional, providing coal to the oil field ready for turbo fuel. Once the sulphur, we've got to get more sulphur when you need to get across the other side of the map with the railway, so we can pick up more sulphur. I do believe there's a sulphur node over there, over the back here somewhere, so we're going to have to pull that out and see if we can get it, or out the back here, should I say, sorry. I think it's in this region here somewhere. So we may need to have a little station in here also pulling in onto this line. Because 4,800 sulphur is a lot of sulphur. And at the moment I've only found impure nodes, which is not really a great help. This fly mode is very, very slow. The coal is working though, which is good. In fact, the awesome sink, which I've got it attached to at the moment, can't keep up with the amount of coal being provided, so that's a good sign, because there's 1,200 a minute going into the sink. So right, here's the sulphur station. I think I'm going to tweak this blueprint going ahead as well. I just want to get the top of those pillars a bit nicer. It is not Hamburg. It is sulfur, and this is going to be sulfur receive. I'm going to put it as oil. And that one's rec, so I've done it lowercase, okay. That'll do. Right, let's build a little train. Choo-choo. Choo-choo train. This one we're going to just have, at the moment I've got 8 here for if I come across any pure nodes and we need, and lots of them, which I don't think is going to happen. But for this train, for where it's going on this little single line, we're only going to need 3 coaches, and we might colour it up. I wonder whether we do it that sort of greeny colour for sulphur. We've got black and white for the coal trains, so let's try this for this line. Let's go in here. We're going to call this sulphur 01 for oil, and then we know it's going to the 01 station. That's going to be fine. Let's do edit timetable, and we want to go to sulphur oil, sulphur rec, save changes, turn on self drive. Let's go for a little ride. Let it see if it works. Where the path node works, that's good to know. Good to know. Good timing to test that out. So my signalling was correct at this end. That's one thing I've got right. Let's see how this goes. Okay, it's taking us the right way. Oh, that's a bit clipping. I'm going to have to sort that a little bit out. That's good to see on that junction. Fortunate enough it didn't derail. That's okay, that misses. This way. So at the moment it won't be picking anything up, but that's okay. We just want to, the one thing I haven't done is put a buffer on the end. Just in time. Hasn't overridden though, so that's all cool. Right, okay, so let's build up some buffers for the sulphur. Where are we at there? So we've got this node over here which is going to feed in, and we've got the one coming down from that cave system. And that's going to be blocked off. You're not going to see it particularly, it's just going to appear miraculously through probably this wall hole here. So we might need to put in a little hole there. Wrong way. The boat is running the wrong way, the lift. Let's put up. And then okay, so what we want to do here is bring that around to there, I think it is. Over there. Make sure we've got, yep, that's okay. Let's do that. Let's bring that lift down. That should work okay. As I say, we're not going to see this. This is going to be out of sight, out of mind. So I do not give a hoot how it looks in there. What I've got to do is get power, so we need power coming off this little thing for the moment. This is all going to be altered once I get the proper power lines across the map and sorted. But at this stage, it is going to just do what it's going to do. Because I will run the train line off a different power line from everything else. Let's bring it actually out to a cog that side, keep that neat. Through the cave. To there. And that should have power, yes. And we should start seeing sulphur at some point. It is in pure node, so it's going to be a bit bleh. That's alright. And then we'll close this cliff, this off as well at some point. Ay, 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 ay. Let's bring this out. Let's do a, where are we? I don't know whether that's, no, it's not connected. So what we're going to do here, we've got 3 things and 2 Watsits coming in, so we are going to do a splitter here, and we're going to do another one here, and then a merger there, and that should sort of even it out, all being well. Straight. To there, back to default, to there, to there, to there, And that should start filling that up nicely. Then we can bring this in from here. The train is back. We're not going to... it is weird how it does this highlighting thing, and I don't know why. It's very odd. I've had that in Satisfactory now for quite a while, where it weirdly highlights a train, either red or blue and red and stuff. I don't know why it does it. It's quite peculiar. So we're going to let these fill up, so we've got a good buffer in place, and then we will fill these and do that way. Let's bring this train station back. What was I saying earlier about these guys? They always go where you want to build. It's absolutely incredible. Bye. Run, rabbit. Mr. Potato. Run, run, run. Now I'm not sure how low that manta comes down again. I've forgotten already the sight of line of sight. But I'm hoping this will be okay. If not, we'll have to adjust. Maybe we should leave a little garden opening. We can put rails around that. This will all be sorted. Not really in the sort of mood to do it now, but at some point we will do some sort of design. Let's make it look a bit more realistic. Good, well the sulphur is definitely coming down, which is a good sign, and filling that up, which is nice. Nope, come this way, that's it, thank you. Very good. As I say, we'll do some sort of design on here and soften it up a bit. Otherwise, this is getting there slowly. This one's not, because we've not done this one yet, so let's deal with that. I think what we can do is bring that down, possibly like that. If we wanted to, we could bring the sulphur inside of this as well, and then just bring it up. We could literally have a little logistics right here. We could just do a lift like that with the stuff coming in, and then maybe bring it underneath, have like a logistics area under. Sort of like that. That could work. Straight. That train, see how it's highlighted again? It's highlighted red, and I do not understand why it does that. It's kind of very, very odd. My little brain cannot compute it. Hello, Mac. Been watching for a while, remain very quiet, much to your relief. That's no problem for me, mate. Stay and perhaps for the next few. Quite tired, but felt it appropriate to say hello. Thank you, mate. Nice to have you in. You're always welcome to chat whenever you're able to, or if you want to remain quiet, that's fine too. I do not mind either way. So we're just here. I've decided I'm going to do my organic one tomorrow, Saturday morning, and stream that tomorrow. And I want to try and get onto sulphur today with this beast. As we're needing 4,800 of the stuff, and I've only got impures so far, which is really infuriating. As you can imagine, it's not really cutting the mustard, as they say. I'm not quite sure how this is going to work. Maybe if we do that for a start, maybe redo this on here if it will let me. Yes, it is going to let me. Okay, cool. Sometimes these things get really picky, but other times they're fine. And just do that, and it looks like it's supported in both ends. We'll take the belt. From here. It's going to twist a bit inside. Maybe I should redo that bit in there. So if we get wall, where are we? Single concrete there, then we can do that there. So at least it looks like it's going in something official. Then it can turn to custard and chaos in here, because this is all going to be hidden. The only thing that's going to be looking super cool is going to be the actual factories. I'm not worried about the logistics side of it out here too much, to be honest. Rightio, that's that bit. So let's get power over to this mine. And we do have a power plug there. So let's bring that down to here. And then we can bring it along that. That's going to go to there, and down to there, and that can come along. Yeah, it reaches, good. Which side is that on? That side, so let's take it over to here. Do a little post there for that. That's now working. Get that cranked up to max 300. This can have a bit of a lip around it. Just to make it look a little bit cooler. Again, we might put curves on this corner and stuff and bits and bobs to soften it all down eventually. We'll see how we go. See how we go. Right, that's filling up as well now. Awesome. What I'm thinking here, just in terms of a certain look, I may or may not do it depending how it ends up. Doing something like that before it relieves out. I really don't like the way that highlights. It really does annoy me because it always does it and I don't know why. Doesn't matter what map I've had it on, it's always been doing it, highlighting a train again. So I think here we'll end up curving this or something, doing it, and just it will sort of end up finishing off into the hillside basically. Well, I hope you're feeling a bit better on the weekend, mate, even if you're a bit whacked today, and I get it. I have, since the earthquakes and the post-trauma from the earthquakes from Christchurch 12 years ago, or whenever it was, I have chronic fatigue. And unfortunately, chronic fatigue in New Zealand is not listed as a serious illness, so therefore I can't actually claim any benefit. So what that means is basically I can't take on normal jobs, can't do any normal work, but I also can't claim any benefit. So that's why I'm gone back to doing my art just when I can. But it unfortunately puts a lot of pressure onto my wife, who works in retail and can obviously only earn a very limited wage in relative terms. So it basically puts a lot of pressure on, which is unfortunate because I then feel bad about it. But at the same time, there's not a lot I can do because it's just the way the New Zealand law is. And but I'm lucky I can still stand and do things occasionally when I'm able to. Whereas some with it here in New Zealand aren't able to. I mean, I know a girl in Christchurch who's bedridden with it apparently and intravenously fed with food because she is too weak to actually even eat, and her parents have to full-time care her and they can't get a penny of help. So that's even worse by far, so I'm very lucky in that respect still, but I understand when people get tired not being able to do much. I fully get it. I'm thinking something along those lines. It obviously needs tweaking and playing around, but it will just make it look more of an official front. And then we'll sort of bend it around and turn it in here somewhere or something, or do something with it. At this stage, I just want to get things functioning. These are loading up quite nicely, which is good. We will likely need 2 trains running per track. That's the ultimate goal. Coal 2. Here comes Sulphur 1 again. So once it leaves this station, we'll make a second one and get that running as well, and make sure everything's running to sync without any issues or crashes. And then we will keep diverting that line off to go and have a look for some more sulfur. Or we might do, in fact, we might go off and do this one over here, because I think there's one over here still. Let's do a ping that way and see what happens. I'm sure there's one around here from memory. Yes, and it's a normal. So we will grab that and we'll try and bring that up over and maybe do a station somewhere in here. Or maybe we put it around, do a station quietly around the back, pull it in along the edge, around the coast this way and in, which we could do. Have a think about that. Here it comes. Whoop. Off it blows. We can get rid of the quartz, we can get rid of the concrete. We can get rid of most of this stuff actually, really, because it's we're in creative mode. But transport locomotive. And we're going to do 3. Locomotive at that end. And we're going to paint this same colour. I think we're going to go for the sulphur. And we're going to go Q train. We're going to call this sulphur 2 oil. So we know that it's on the oil run. And this is going to be oil receipt, sulphur, sulphur, save changes, turn on self-drive, and we are going to escape from it. And then we'll just check that it's running okay with the other one. With no hiccups. Still need to sort this slope out at some point, which we will do. Looks like the other sulphur train's coming now, so they're going to completely miss each other, which is fine. by having one coming and one going all the time on each line, I'm just trying to eradicate any backup too much in one area, basically in at the sort of dispatch area. But it all seems to be working okay in terms of the trains not having any issues at the moment with the signalling and stuff, which is cool. Fairly simple setup at this stage, just getting coal and sulphur ultimately coming in. It's going to get more complicated with the sulphur because we are going to have multiple trains with sulphur coming in because of the amount required. That's okay, that worked nicely. At the moment I've only got 2 impure nodes, so there's just the 2 trains coming in, but we need 4,800 to come in, so we're going to need a lot of stuff from all over the map. So it's going to end up with quite a few trains on this little section. So we'll see how we go. See how we go, but it's all running smoothly at this point. Now there was at the junction over here a little bit of a clipping happening, so I just want to go and sort that before we go and finalise that sulphur. Then I'll need to sort the area at the station where it receives the sulphur as well. That's going to be the next thing. It was just here, I think it was the clipping on that piece there. Yep. There. So we'll take that out. We'll take that out and we'll put it back in at half. Where are we? Like that. That'll be enough. Awesome. Right, so over here was the other sulphur, so we're going to take it over the back, weren't we, in the end, I think we decided. And that would make more sense, because getting it across here is going to be an absolute nightmare to make it look any good, so I think we'll just sweep this around. Got to take all this out and put supports in yet. Lots of work to do. Yep. But I think we're going to put the supports in after, and I'll tell you why, because I am going to tweak the blueprint on that. So we'll just put the track in for the moment. Okay. I'm going to need to bend that around now out to there as well. But we'll just get it through to this entrance into the valley, and then we can go from there. I think that would be about right for where it starts to turn. It gets a bit tricky going through this valley. I had a railway once going through here, and it's okay if you want to do little, little windy things, but for straight rails, it's actually quite difficult. So we'll have to work that out as we go. I'm thinking I might pull the main line a different route slightly. I mean, bear in mind this is just primarily for sulphur. So we may do the main line actually down the through this part of around the back of the desert, because I know you can fit it in there. So it's a matter of whether we can do that, and then because the problem is it's coming down here to a factory ultimately, so we may need to bring it in around the edge of the coast like this and then in here. So it may mean that the main line actually does come through here eventually and joins up with this. But we've got to watch these arches for height. And I think we're okay on this lower one, but not the taller one. So that's something we're going to have to just keep an eye out on. Right, let's start sorting this out then, how we're going to do this. What I'd like to do, if I could, is get it to grid map. So we're just going to put some guides out for the moment and see where we're at. That may prove tricky once we get the height. Got to get the height first sorted. Okay, so we need to just come down 1 meter. That is not a problem. And that's then the grid map position. How far can we push this? That we can. That we possibly can too, just. I don't think we're going to get an extra one in there though. Oh, we did. Because I'm thinking long term we're going to need 4 lanes on the main line, bringing all the goods from here, from the foundry, around down to here. We're going to need at least 4 lanes. So that one's not going to hit, that's going to hit the cliff. So we need to work with these 3 and see if we can actually get ultimately 4 lanes out of this. Or whether we're going to run into problems. It's going to be close. I'm going to have to position that rail very carefully on there to avoid a clash. But in principle, The only other way we could do it is if we do this off grid, but the problem is I wanted the railway line that comes around the back here to be in harmony with the big factory that's going to be in here. So that's kind of where my brain's going with it. But we could realign it about here at the entrance sort of thing. That's the other option. So if we had effectively this as, because where would we be? Let's have a little look for a second. So the main factory is going to go from here down. That is basically the positioning of it, pretty much. Like that. Except we need room for the railway obviously to come through on this section of it. Because it's going to be like one section here and then another section here. And the railway is going to come down the back edge basically and drop through the middle. That is the goal. It's a real shame that these arches can't be blown up. It's always been my one little niggle here building in this section, although I love this section for building, but you have to raise it above this to clear it. But I don't really want to go much higher than where I'm at because this is a good reasonable height. So we could do, if that was the case, if that's the building corner there, so let's just say that that is the beginning of the foundation effectively for the build. This here is going to be a thoroughfare area, which is going to be a 1, 2, so we can bring that out 1, 2 like that. And then the other building will go from there. Now if we were going to then twist, we could do it here basically, actually in the junction a little bit, which would allow us to get more through. So if we went, say, on that angle, as an example, you can get a lot more lines through. Because that's what you're looking for at a squeeze, but possibly this one would be better. Give a bit of room, a bit of breathing space. And then the same on this side would be that one. So we could do that from this point, pivot it basically. Yeah, something like that. Then it's on grid when it comes around through this mega factory area. Which is what I want. Like that. We can actually come out another one if we needed here. Something like that. That gives us plenty of space to do a nice design of it coming through the building basically, or just sort of in a like an alcove almost. I think that would be look quite cool. What we've got to get right here is the conversion of it. And we possibly need to do a bend here just to get this nice and smooth. Save these lumpy, grumpy bits. So we can work on that after. We'll make a bit of a feature out of this coming through, I think, you know, with the sort of continuation of the factory and the walkway sort of thing, and then we'll have it ending around here somewhere with some stuff going into the sea and whatnot. And then it will just become a normal railway again. But it will sort of end up like a bit of a entrance into that area where it becomes a thing. That solved the problem of the arches and nearly Michelin. Nearly hitting, should I say, not missing, but you know what I mean. Yeah. Rightio, that's cool. Now the sulphur that's going to come in, if we're going to drag it around this side, this is where it gets interesting, because what we may do is bring it around the back and underneath the factory so that we haven't got two sets of lines having to bend and curve off and go. We can just carry that line straight on to a station. And that might work. Because this area is going to be the main part of the mega factory. But I know we can get a slip of railway line in around the back here to the desert, so that's what I'm going to do. Just bring it down the side. But I'm just thinking how we can get the sulphur out of here. So, to be honest, the best thing I could probably do. Hey, nope, we want the back ones. that one. Best thing I can probably do is actually start just sticking down something where this factory is roughly going to go. So I've got a plan of where I'm actually going. It's going to be interesting. I missed hit that one. It's going to be interesting to see how much lag I get. What the hell? Yep. How much yeah, frame rate we get once this mega factory gets going. It's going to be a fair big size. Right, now I think the sulfur is down. Is it down here? Because we've got this nitrogen as well, stuff, nitrate or whatever it is, gas to bring out as well. But I'm sure the sulfur's down here somewhere. Is that it? Or is that limestone? Sulfur, that is the sulfur. So that can come through here actually. Okay, yep, that makes sense. I think we can take that and the gas, and yeah, the gas pipe is interesting because that's going to have to get down as well to where we are. So the question is do I run that alongside the railway, or do I do a separate line of gas running down the back edge that way of the coastline, which is what I originally had in mind. But for sure, this is roughly where we're going to be at for the factory. We are going to leave a little bit of room around the back in case we need railways around the back and in case we need other stuff. So we are going to leave a little bit of space between us and the map. There's interesting options here actually, because yeah. Let's go back. So as part of the design, what I was thinking here, because the factory is slightly raised obviously above the water line, what I was going to do, and I've got to set a blueprint up for this yet, because obviously it's a lot of work, was I'm thinking of doing something along the lines of this for underneath the factory basically. So to pull it back a little bit, and then to have like this then as a what am I doing? That is not what I intended. I am sorry. I apologize. in advance for my useless fingers. Clicking on wrong buttons and useless brain to inform the fingers that it was meant to do that when it wasn't. So to do something like that and then down into the water, with like vents underneath where basically the water can still flow, and then to have decoration stuff just to add sort of some ribbing sort of thing or something to the whole thing. So we'll need to bring that out just for a second to set that up, and whether this will be concrete or metal I don't know at this stage, but I'm thinking of doing something along this line for underneath. And then these can just come down, or in fact we can put in another slope on there like that, and that kind of then looks like the... So I've got to set it out. I might even set that back one because that would look even better. You just give it a bit more relief, sort of like that. And obviously this will be filled in behind. It's kind of what I'm thinking of. It might get tweaked yet, but you get the idea. But what I want to do is set this up in a blueprint to save a lot of time. So I'm just thinking something like that allows the water to still technically flow and not go stagnant, and give some shape to the bottom of the big factory, basically. That's sort of what I'm thinking. I think that would look quite cool. You can even have lighting in the underneath in the background so it filters through. We'll have to work that out, but certainly at this stage I think that's going to look quite good as a nice repetition, you know, down the whole side just to break it all up. Okay, well, with that in mind, the reason why I was doing that was because one of those vents can be used possibly for where we want to bring in the sulfur. So if we had, as an example, just looking at the position of this, we need to roughly come around here. Wondering whether that one would cut it or not. What we might do is just take it down under the water to there. We can blow some of this stuff up. Is it gonna... It's going into the sand, damn it. Shame. But it might still be a good causeway to bring... where are we? Foundations. Let's just try one higher. See if that will... Oh, it will. Okay, now the next question is the logistics. Okay. And is that below the surface still? Or is it just above? It's just above, damn. I was hoping to get it below. I was hoping to get that below. Any other way is where's the last one that can be seen? It is there. Don't think this is going to be long enough. That's all I was wondering now, was whether I can get that long enough to go through to where it can be seen again. Because it is only a sandbar there, so it would allow for about to go through. Why is it facing that way? That's weird. No. Okay, let's just start it from this end and go. Default. Too long? Dang. Look how far out it is. Not far. Can we bring this one then in a little bit? Tell you what, let's just do a little bit of that. Just see if we can get that to reach. We can. Just. And that means it's below, just below the surface, which is awesome. Looks quite nice. Means it's just a bit more discreet. See the train? Still highlighted red. Oh, why? I do not know. It's so crazy. Must be still quite a way to go. Okay. That's cool though. At least we can get that in, which is what I was hoping. What we probably need to do is just get a rough. We're getting there. It's not far off now because the time we've left a bit of space for a railway. We're not going to be too far off that. Okay, so if we said the railway was on those two, it still means we're within. Yeah, we're not going to get squished there by the death. We only need one of these technically for the station, but I want to make sure we've got enough room for a track to go past it if we decide to do a loop differently around the back here or something. Sweet, okay. Well, what we can do then, if that's coming up there, we can pull this back a little bit for the actual station area. Yep. Naturally, we're going to have to tidy all this up and make it look part of the factory complex and stuff nearer the time, but for now, this will do. We're going to have this as sulphur number 3. Is it number 3 or number 2? Second station, no. So sulphur 2, dispatch. Oil. Do the freight around that side, I think, away from the actual factory wall. Again, we'll do the 3, I think, on this one. Or maybe I should do 4 because it's a normal, or maybe 5. Let's do it. See how much it can fill up. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. So we'll have the same sort of system on the back end here where we had the ramp. Coming down like that for 3. And then this. So that's where the logistics is eventually going to come up to. So we know it's coming in under this because that's where I've built. So what we'll do is we'll just temporarily build this in. There we go. We'll go and find where we left off, bring the sulphur through. I have to say they've done the distortion looking into the water very well. The way it throws off your alignment. And I know too well about that when I was doing my original coal factory, which was in a similar spot actually. It was out in this estuary area, and it was the pivot point for it was 50 meters under the water, and that was a hellhole. That one coal plant took me blooming 500 hours to build because of that. Burnt me out as well on the process of Satisfactory. I then took about a year off. Too much of a good thing. That's why I decided to actually start this map as well as the other one, so that I'm breaking stuff up. So I'm doing sort of like a more formal play here with a mega factory type scenario, which I've never done before, and then I've got my creative, crazy, organic stuff, and I'll just flip between the two, streaming them depending what days I'm on and what I'm doing, and it'll just provide a bit of relief and break up for an interest as well for everybody else. We're just going to bring this sulphur in under the factory, and then it's going to disappear over to the oil refinery area, ready for the turbo, not the turbo, the rocket fuel. So we're a long way off yet doing the mega factory, but we're getting things in place. First priority is that power. We've got to get a decent amount of power up. I'm looking at getting a minimum of 250,000 megawatts, with the potential of going up to 450 if we need to. Because I just have no idea how much power this factory is going to use, but I do know 50,000 isn't going to cut it. I know that already from past experience. Nearly there. Nearly there. Okay. Probably to about there. Where are we going? Somewhere around here will do for the minute. I can't see at the moment with the reflection. There. Right. Now where we're aiming for We can bring it along and split it probably underneath actually. And do all that underneath maybe. Now there's a problem. It's going to interfere with the system that we're going to put in place with all those ribs. So why don't we maybe it become a feature. Maybe we can use it as a feature just on this side. I mean, nobody's going to come around here. You're never going to see it once it's built. To be honest, you are not going to see it. Because that's going to happen all the way along. And then you're going to have the ribbing and the vents for the water. Ah, it'll be fine. She'll be right. What could possibly go wrong? Oh. Bloop. Clicked wrong. No, come on. There you go. Easy does it, Mr. Rodder. Easy does it. So this is where we can do all the splitting under here. And all this will be completely hidden. So it can be as spaghetti as we want it to be. My goal with this factory, by the way, is to run everything at 100% efficiency. And to get some very good runs per minute out of stuff. So right, now we can drop a hold on there. Now I know where it's going. And we can redo it. Okay, it's looking fine. Right, so it's looking fine for something you're never going to see, basically. So what? Yeah, fire alarms are going off. Someone's been in a horrible accident. Right. So let's do splitter here. Straight. We've only got the one coming in. Okay, so there. We will put another one in. Reasons being, I'll use lifts, I think, from here to try and reach. Like that. Not too bad for spaghetti, is it really? Logistical spaghetti. Eventually I will have, one day, when I start this mega factory, I will have maintenance areas and you will be able to come down to view the maintenance area. So it will be semi sort of able to be seen. We'll sort that out properly as well. The key is whether I can live with that. If not, the easiest way to solve this problem, of course, is to actually bring out another level, and then you do the actual slopes in here, which is fine, and we can do that. It's no biggie because we've got the space. I'm not dying at this point here, which is crucial. So we might still do that actually. Okay, but I want to do a blueprint for all of this because otherwise that's going to take forever to set up with all the ribbing. So let's take that out because we know that that can be done away with. There we are. Right, very good. So that's where the sulphur's going to come in. Going to go up here to the train. It's going to go into here. Choo Choo's going to come along, and Choo Choo is going to take it away. So let's build a little train while we're here. Come on, little Choo Choo. There we go. And then we'll have to try and connect the sulphur line up and get power. We'll connect this railway line then to the main line that's going to be going through the factory. And yeah, I think that will work then. No power? No, there's no power. This is going to be sulphur. This train is actually number 3. But that's all. That's all. We went and saw Devil Wears Prada the other night, my wife and I. Number 2. It was quite funny seeing the old crew again. Yep, that's all. Right, let's build this. So we only need one line here. No, we won't. We will. It will be coming out to 2 for obvious reasons. So let's do that. We want to come out as we have been to there. To there. Nice little junction. Simple as that. We need a I think we only need a block one on this one. Probably too close to the junction, that maybe. Pull it back a fraction, yeah. We may not even need that actually, thinking about that. I think on the other ones we had only did, let me just plonk down some rail and we'll put it back in a second. Because I think the way that it only needs is, where are we? Transport, train, blocks. Where are we? Why is it? Where's the joint? There. So I think it needs just that and that. And that's all it needs. Stop a train here coming in. If there's one already there, this one, it's all clear to go. And I think that is pretty much it. Because we've got no junction here, so it doesn't need a path signal. We'll only need that as we get further up. Oops, click too soon. Nope, it's done it again. Ay, my hand. Got your problem, Mac. And my hand shakes occasionally. It throws it off as I lock it. We're getting there, we're getting there. So that's where we're aiming for, because that's going to be the main thoroughfare for the main line, which is going to be at least 4. If we can get more lines on it, we will. The other option is that we actually bring the main line. Well, there's a line that's going to go from the back of the desert, basically through the middle of this building, effectively through the mega factory, out into that valley and estuary area, basically, and that's going to go through to the small components factory. The small components factory is going to ship it straight up the back of the factory here and plug it in effectively at this back end. And that's going to be fairly full on in terms of there's probably going to be almost 8 lanes coming in on that back end, but it's going to be quite short. So there's just going to be a lot of traffic on it in a short space of time. This one here, I'm not sure how many trains we're going to have, but there'll probably be 4 lanes is what I'm thinking. And they'll be quite long trains because they'll be taking in all the ore and all that stuff basically. So let's bring this one out and join it up, and then we know where roughly the whole thing's going to go. Then we can get the second sulphur connected, we can get the train in and moving. I'm hoping, here's to hoping, that I can do that in the next hour, because that's when I'm going to probably finish the stream roughly. But we'll see how we go. Why is it? Oh, we didn't do a blueprint there. Okay. We did there though. So we should have probably done blueprint all through here. It finishes there. We've got one there. Okay, I'll tell you what, let's do it. Delete the individuals. Yeah, we can sort the rest out after. So we are coming through on this section, which is roughly half and half, but we've allowed a causeway of 2, because we'll do some obviously nice design work and stuff to make it look realistic, like a you know, a sort of through yard area. Oh, that's done wrong. I don't know where that went. Somewhere deep down at sea. I did not know where that went. That's bizarre. Can't see it either. There we go. So. Just need to think about this for a second now. So we've got halfway point is here, this line here. So if I just put for a minute here we go X to patterns, and we go to that line there. That is the halfway line. Yep. So transport, come back to here. And what we're going to do, we're just going to, oh, it's doing its thing. So we're going to do 4 lanes. We could do because it gets narrow at that end, doesn't it? So I think what we're going to do is do the 4 pretty much like that. Unless we can space them out a little bit further, but I think that's going to be... Unless we just bring that one out a little bit further on the edges. It's almost how they used to do the high speed, or the rails in England when I was over there. I noticed on a lot of the top ones that have the fast trains in the centre basically, and then they'd have the two sidelines for slower trains, and there was a bit of a gap between the two, but not much of a gap between these. And the reason, I don't know really, but I think that it was just that because of the speed, it was just like, and man, when you pass another 125 coming the other way, the sound was incredible. It just used to hit massively. Nothing compared to the trains in China and Japan, of course, who are going like 3-4 times the speed. What happened there? British Rail takes about 10 years to try and, or 10-20 years to try and build a few Ks down the road line, and China builds a whole network in the same time thing, thousands of kilometers across the whole world with AI controlled trains that after the initial first big accident haven't ever faltered again. Meanwhile, British Rail still fails. And New Zealand fails even more because it hasn't even got a proper railway system, other than a few bits for cargo, which is on a narrow gauge line and doesn't work very well. It's always derailing by us. It's incredible. So we're going to have two, what we might do, depending on how we're going to do this, we're going to do 2 lanes going this way and 2 lanes that way, or are we going to do one of each on either side? Questions, 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 with not any specific real answers. See, trains are still highlighted red. No idea why that is occurring. It's absolutely bizarre. You and you. Okay, I just need to try and get a curve in here. Too long, really? I don't want it that sharp, though. I don't want a horrible sharp corner. That's why I put that there, because I wanted that really to go, except that's the wrong way, because the junction would be this one. What are you doing? Oh, it is there. Okay, is that in a different place? Oh, well, it didn't go. Okay. Let's get all the joints in the same place, if we're going to try and do that. So from this edge, it's going around to that side, the far side. like that. And then this side is coming onto here. But I think that's going to be the wrong location. I think it's too tight. Doesn't look too bad. Take that one out. 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 There we go. Now what we are going to do, because this line here is going to carry on as well, and I'm not doing it specifically at this point to use at this point, but I just think for future I never know what's going to happen, and it may be if there's sulfur up there that it can come on the desert, it can actually come down on a train and be delivered to this station, and then the other train can pick it up and take it away. And that's why I'm thinking it's not a bad idea to allow for future changes on that. What's there? Now, technically, if I knew what I was doing, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to the join. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is what I should have done in the first place, was actually set it out properly, and I haven't, because I'm trying to flip and wing it, and it generally never works when you do try and wing it. But unfortunately it's the way I am. That's on the wrong side, because that's going that way, and we'll be coming to here. Track is too long. Well, that's not my problem, that's your problem for programming it to be too short. And then this one will be coming over to the far one, the far side, and it looks like it. So where's this here? So that comes in one to the edge of the second thing, so one edge of the second, so it comes to about here to this joint basically, pretty much. Which it can't reach, which is very odd, since the other one does. Ah, it's on the inner. No, it shouldn't make a difference. It should come to around here somewhere. Ah, no, I've gone the wrong way. That's all right. Such a noob. Right, I think that's right. Looks a bit flat, that curve. Flattens out fraction too much, that one. Maybe we need to pull it back just a little bit. Maybe to there. Looks a better curve. Yep. That'll do, without setting it up properly, which I generally don't do. I've winged it. And the winging has won. So what we're going to do here, we need to put somewhere along this junction, where's the next join? Is that a join that really that long? Okay, I need to put in something a bit shorter here, like that. Yeah. Right, back to that. So block signal on the way out will be here. Path signal on the way in. And then you've got the same on here. We need to come out just to about there, just to give enough space away from the junction, but not too far. So path on the way in, path on the way in, block on the way out, block on the way out. And we've yet to do, we've got actually 4, I've done this wrong, because although we've got 2 tracks there, which is fine, we've actually got 4 that's going in along here. So this is actually 4 lines. How far from that edge are we? Are we near death's door? Not too bad. Maybe we should bring the 4 out this way then. Just trying to see at that end how it's going to work, and that's the problem because I've got to try and squeeze it through. If we can, it might be, let's go and have a look. Let's take this up and see where we're at. It's a bit of a kerfuffle, but hey, we've got to do it because otherwise it's going to be a right nightmare. Nope, clicked that wrong. I've got a horrible feeling that we're going to crash into these rocks up here and it's going to blow all of my plan out. We may have to condense the tracks as they exit out from the factory area, which is going to be somewhere around here, basically the end of the factory. So it might mean we need to take this in for a minute. I am going to just take this out for a second just to see where it goes and see the height and location, etc. Ideally we need it to hug the rock a little bit more over there, that's for sure, but we can pull that in. Yeah, it's going to clash there, which is what I thought. So we need to come in at least to there. But ideally we need to get it across We've got to miss that as well, so probably around, mind you, it's going to curve at that point, probably around actually. So I think that's going to be the target area there. So we may need to sweep the tracks around in a bit of a curve here as they come out. That's okay. So as long as we can get the 4 on here, we'll be okay. Which is fine, and then we could just do a nice sweep around here in the forecourt sort of area at the end of the factory. And then the mega factory can go all the way along here. Railway line coming along, we can get any sulphur dumped up at that other one as a transport system for the moment, then we can take it along through the middle of the factory. Basically, the way my mind is sort of going with this whole project is obviously we've got the plan to have the foundries over here to get everything done in a big foundry system here. It's all going to be then shipped out down to here with a mini factory, mini I say in relative terms, where all the small components are going to be made, basic stuff, screws, rods, plates, and then that's going to be shipped around into here, which is going to be then the mega factory. The mega factory is going to be split into 2 parts basically. And what we're going to have, I think the way my mind's going with it at the moment is we have the first half, which is going to be basically all your assemblers and some manufacturers doing your mid-tier products, and then the top-tier products are all going to be in this second half, which is going to be here. And that's kind of the way my brain's going with it. But we'll see. See what happens. It is going to be a big project, but we've got to do one step at a time, one thing at a time. Just to make sure that we get everything in place. So we wanted to do 4 lanes here, didn't we? So we need to get rid of these, I think. We've got 2 lanes there. We need an auxiliary 2 lanes, another 2 lanes. But we've sort of got them offset at the moment, which is unfortunate. What we got, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So there's the third, and that's right bang in an awkward position. Typical, but that's okay. We can work around it. I think we can work around it. There's Y. Is that even? This side looks a fraction wider, but it might be an optical illusion. Let's have a little test. Center to center is 10 meters. 10 meters. Optical illusion. Okay. Okay, so what we're going to have then is these 2 rails here are going to be this direction, those 2 rails are going to be that direction. that means. Just going to bring these along just so we can see roughly where we're going. Nope, missed it again. And 1, 2, 3. That's going to be deleted, but it's all right. We just need to try and work out where we are going. So this is going to sweep around and come around onto this one. So if we do that to there, how does that look? Looks like a reasonable curve. Just want to try and see if we can get this as good as we can. It's around there somewhere. Let's have a look at those together, see if they look alright. They don't look too bad, they don't look too bad. So that's those two rails. And then we want to go path signal in. Path signal in. And have block signals coming out. Block signal coming out. And that will work. Right, so the next thing we need is this curve. It needs to go around to here, hopefully to the same spot if we can. Probably isn't going to reach. Let's do that one first then. See if we can keep some. No, it doesn't like it, does it? It's fighting. It's fighting. Yep. Now where's that break there? Doesn't look too far out. We'll have to test it to see whether the things work without clashing and hitting each other. Okay. Then we want these straights. Where are we? Not that straight. That straight to go on. That to come out. And what we will need on this lane here, when we come up here, let's go 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Yep. and we're going to need a crossover junction, because if a train is on this track and needs to go down, straight down there, we're going to need a transition crossover. So what we might do, in fact, is do that, and we might actually pull this junction back this side of the blocks. Excuse me. So let's pull that there and that there, take those out. And that then, same on this side, we're going to have to do the same. So we're going to go 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, and 4, 2, 3. Like that. And that allows trains coming from this direction, if they end up for some reason having to go up there, they can change lanes if they need to. We're going to do block, block, and we'll get rid of these ones. That means any train coming along here is going to read this whole situation of all this crossover stuff. It's going to find out whether anything's going on and whether it can pass through safely or not, which is cool. So we shouldn't then have a problem technically. Right, well, let's take this track down then, because that can go off into the future. And we don't need to worry about that now for a while. Now what I want to do, I just want to check this closeness of this curve while we're here. This isn't going to actually function because there's no power, but what I want to do is just have a look at it in terms of closeness. I think we're going to be all right actually. That's the narrowest sort of point in the whole complex, so I think we're going to be all right. You've been playing for 6 hours. Really? Dear, only feels about 2 or 3. My word. No wonder I've been getting tired. Need to have a break and go and get some food. But I will in about half an hour. Half an hour, 40 minutes. We'll then stop the stream. What I should do is go and get a biscuit or something just to hold me through. If I was a sensible person, I wouldn't have a biscuit, I'd have something healthy, like a gherkin, which I've been eating a lot of recently. Gherkins and cheese, very nice. And I have to say, my wife's been getting some pepperoni sausage stuff in as well, and that's not lasting too long either with me around. Combination of that and gherkins and cheese, and I'm like, oh, and olives, and I'm like, Right, let's put some block signals in just to give ourselves a bit of transit space for. Yep, block, that's okay. It's all good, it's all good. Can't wait to see this up and running actually. I'm getting quite excited really. I've always wanted one map I wanted to do in Satisfactory, and it's kind of going to be this map in the end. But I was hoping to build an epic railway system around Satisfactory, just completely doing absolutely nothing but shifting goods everywhere and then basically sinking it. And I might still do it on one map after all of these maps that I'm doing, these two maps that I'm working on. I might, if I can still pull myself together, I might just do an epic railway one that I can actually use like a model railway, actually come on and have a play basically. Maybe Mac, that's maybe a map we could do together if you're interested in doing a railway one. A pure sort of nerdy railway map where we just literally set up mines everywhere, literally on every node around the map, and we get everything into railway stations basically to be transported to a depot, and then just have a simple depot where everything is sunk and don't actually make anything, just play with trains. Same for fluids, ship fluids everywhere, and then just have them packages made into packages and sunk. That's what I'm thinking, just for the hell of it. Just to have a decent railway system where you can have like epic railway stations that have got like 20 platforms or something, and you could do one big main railway station like here or something, or in the desert, and have like 20 platforms, and that can be where everything gets offloaded and then sunk. It's could be quite good fun. put another set of signals in just to break this up for traffic purposes. There we oh, wrong side. Doop. Snapped across too quickly. No, it is on the right side. What am I doing? That was there we are. That's the wrong side. Thank you. There we go. There we are. Next set of blocks done. Right, we are getting there. We're very close now. Where are we? What is? How weird is that? Sorry. Some things in Satisfactory are weird. Right. Let's just grab this out, turn it back to a blueprint version. Just for simplicity's sake at this point. Like that. This one here can't be blueprinted particularly. I mean, it could be, this section can be, but it's got to be shifted along. So I'm not too worried at this point. We are going to twist it around here. We're going to change this slightly. We're going to, once these four get out here, we're going to slim this down, make it a little bit neater. All this area is going to be jazzed up. We're going to have little, one of the things I want to do with the railway is we're going to have little proper railway signs made. I'm going to make them and stuff, and we're going to have all that for speed limits and all that just for laughs and giggles, and yeah, should be a bit of fun. But we are getting there slowly. Not too far away now from meeting up. I was hoping we would be able to get that done, but I'm just not sure whether we will, and the sulphur before I've got to finish, because I'm getting pretty tired. We've got 30 minutes still. I don't think we'll get it all functioning in that time, unfortunately. But it will be for another stream, another day. Okay, this is where we need to start being a little bit smaller. So we've got some junctions to turn curves to. It's okay, we missed. So I think what can happen is that one there can come off that layer there, basically, which will slim down that coming through. Then we just need to sort out the curve on this to get it over to that area properly. I think we're heading in the right direction. It's just getting these final bits sorted out. wondering. The method I was using the other day of doing the curve did not really work very well. It was inaccurate. Basically, it was finished off just not being right, which was a bit of a pain. It's so long since I've done all that sort of thing that I keep forgetting how to do stuff, and I really need to look at, back up. So I've gone back to doing it the hard way. Not sure if that's the correct way of doing this. I need a freeform, not default. Yeah, I need to revisit how to do that. I've so forgotten. Never mind. Starting to get too tired, misclicking a lot. 1, 2. Oh my word. 1, 2, 3, 4. Click. Thank you. That is not what I intended, but I need to sort that out. I need to really sort out how I do these curves, how I want them done. There's a way of getting them on that outside edge perfecto, and I can't remember. Maybe it was this method. There you go. Knew there was a way. It's as simple as that. Always back to the old barrier. How can it be on the dismantle limit? That doesn't make sense. It wasn't. Why is that not dismantling? That's weird. Oh my word, we've got some loose cannons here that won't dismantle. Yep, got 3 of them. And they actually exist. Oh my word. Have you ever come across that before? I've never had that happen to me before. 3 blocks that won't delete. Well, that's news to me. Look at that. Won't delete. Won't delete, won't delete. Absolutely bizarre. I don't think they'll even destroy. Right, give me a second. I am going to just quickly save game. We're going to do this one. Yep, save here. And we're going to go back to menu. I'm going to reload in. And see if that changes it. Well, it hasn't got rid of them, but there we go. It now lets me delete them. Whew. Never had that ever in all the years of Satisfactory. 6,000 hours odd of playing it, and I've never had that. Always something new, isn't there? So this one's on the line. So we're going to probably come to, oh, how many off this corner is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So let's go to there, and it is that halfway mark. Let's do that. Middle of that one. Just basically middle of this one. Middle of that one. And then middle of that one. Oh, I clicked wrong again. Right, hopefully we can do some nice reasonable curves here just to... I think this one's going to be too long. Oh no, it's done it. Phew. That's good. Let's get some more signals on just to help the traffic flow for when we have lots of trains on here. That's correct, yep. Now, this is where it gets a bit more tricky, because we have 20 minutes before I have to go and get something to eat and before I pass out. So what we're going to do here, we are going to convert, we're going to make this a bit of a sort of feature here. This is not going to end up all concrete. We're going to convert it over to something similar to the system that we have over there. This is just all this concrete is temporary setup stuff, as is this. But we've got to try and get it to line up. And then I've got to work out where my 4 lanes are going to be. So we've got the 2 lanes here that are current, and we're going to end up adding another 2 lanes, which should be technically 1 either side. And I'm looking at this now down here and thinking, did we leave enough space? And the answer is probably not. And it means we're going to need to change these blueprints over from a 2 lane. We're going to have to make a 4 lane, and it's going to be very, very tight here. very tight. So we're going to have to see how that goes. We're not going to have it spread out as far as it is on that 4 currently. We're going to have to clump them a little bit closer. So as an example, let's start here. Come on. So I think the railway line here is going to be something like that, maybe, at the most. Something like that. And that's what we've got to now tally up to there, basically. So this is where we need to start looking at this together as a whole. So we'll just bring these temporary guides out for laying. Eventually we'll sort out blueprints for all the pillars and supports and stuff to do it properly. And we're going to try and merge this over, aren't we? So what we can do, that lane, these lanes here are going to go down this valley basically. I think I'm only going to stick with 2 lanes for that, and then the main stream line is going to come round and swing round basically here. So we may need to chop these up a little bit actually to make them smaller so we can get some junctions in. So let's just do that, do that. So let's do them let's go to there for the minute and then do every 2. Track is too short, I know. One, two, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. This junction is going to be a bit of fun. Yep, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. It won't need to go straight on, but we'll cut out what we don't need in a minute. Same on that. Right. Let's bring the others up, and then we can work out what we want to do in terms of this curve on the junction. Pardon me. Where are we? Up there. right, yep, right, yep, right, yep. Right, so we're going to bring it to here, and then we're going to start doing 2s again, so we've got plenty of options. I've got to delete all that rubbish after. So 1.5 will go to start with, just to get it up to there. Then 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. We'll do one more, and that should be more than enough then to plot our curve. Okay, so what I want to look at is the furthest curve. So what we're going to do, we're just going to take that out for a second, just so we can see what we're doing there. And so this line here, this edge, is effectively the center of the rail, and this here is the center of this rail, which makes that there basically the pivot point where those two things effectively meet. Somewhere about there where my cursor is. So what I want to roughly do is just roughly approximate 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.5. And if I come roughly 6.5 this way, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.5, we should be, it's about that junction there. So let's just try it and see whether it looks like a reasonable curve. That's not too shabby. There you go. That means that can delete. Now this one here is the other one that goes straight on. So we can just delete this a second, bring that back out. We can pull that through because there's a junction just there. Like that. And that gives us the two lanes going off. One coming, one going on there. So the way this works now with signaling again is we want a path signal about here and here. We want a block signal there and there. We need a block signal on the exit here. So block signal here. We need a path signal here. We need a path signal here here, and block signals there and there, and that should create, that's fine, that's fine. This flashing signal's fine, it's just because there's no station or, you know, other signal beyond, so that's fine. Same on that line, whereas these are all correct going through. Lovely, so we've now got that connected. That can come out, I believe. Now what we can do as well, we might do the same thing that we did before. Actually, we might create a crossover here and one here. And that's going to allow trains on either track to either, if it's on this outer track, it can switch over to this one to go straight on, or there's, likewise, if it's coming back, it can switch over and go on to the other one if it needs to. It gives a bit of crossover availability there. And what we need to do then is actually take these out and pop them on the other side of this, wherever that Lemon Junction is. Don't say, is that one piece? Flippin' heck. It was, okay. Let's change that and get to there. Same on that one. Okay, and then we'll stick a path signal. Come on, that side, that side. I'm hoping that's not going to clash. No, it doesn't. Just misses. It's good. What about the engine? Oh, it does. It clips. What a pain. Okay. I'm going to sort that out off stream later. We're going to have to just tweak the distance on these. I don't think it would cause a crash, but I think it's just a pain, basically. And I don't like clipping. So we are going to need to widen that out fraction, which is going to be problematic because of around the corner, so it is going to cause issues. Anyway, we don't have a lot we can do about it right this second. And this is again the same problem. What we're going to need to do is bring probably these inner tracks, which unfortunately are sort of set because of the spacing on the rest of it. Possibly going to need to bring them in a fraction. Rightio. Block signals now. There and there. That's going to then solve this problem. This needs to come out. And the only one should be flashing is that one and that one. Yep, that's all good. Right, okay, so in basic terms we have it working. We have a little bit of a clipping issue here with the engine, so we are going to have to shift the spacing on that fractionally. But I will work on that another time and get that sorted. Technically it's not too hard. I mean, we could bring these out wider here because we've narrowed them in from this point. You see, we've changed the weird thing here to try and squeeze it in around here, but it has created this problem. So it may be just this outer track from the corner needs to be altered. So it's no biggie at the moment, and they're not in use. So that's why I'm not worried about them. What we need to do now is we need to because that's now powered that station, I guess, over there. We can run a cable now along underneath the water with the what's it, and get that mine working. But it is 2 o'clock, so I think I'm going to call it a day. I'm going to call it Friday. Friday all day. Zum, 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 zum. Thank you for streaming. Enjoyed as always. Take care. Thank you, Mac. No, thank you. Thank you for your company, mate. Hope you're feeling a little bit less tired. You take care, mate. And thank you to everybody else who's been lurking in and out and that, and Gumpy or Gumpai as well, who came in earlier and said hello from Auckland. So first time we've met, so nice to hear from you too, mate. And hopefully we'll catch you tomorrow. But yeah, we'll see what happens, eh? See what happens. Hoping to be on tomorrow, but we'll just have to see how everything pans out. And we can come down to there. The beauty of a logistics floor is anything can happen. Right, so we are coming down to that concrete down there basically, so we need to come to there by the look of that. We're just going to drop it down. I think I might actually take a floor out and pop it inside just to confuse the heck out of everybody. And then we'll do a little bit distance on it just to get it rolling. And that's what we're going to do, and that's how we're going to power up the mine, the sulphur mine at the end of this line. Okay, well, thank you very much, guys and girls, for hanging in there and watching. We do appreciate it. It's been fun as always, satisfactory fun. And we will catch you, all being well, tomorrow for a little stream, but if not, it will be next week, probably on Monday or Tuesday. Awesome, take care from the Bad Otter and enjoy your weekend. It is indeed Friday here in New Zealand. Bye for now.